My blog post how to write an ebook in 7 steps. I just pasted the URL here, clicked fetch,
on the beat. On the beat. on the beat.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, good morning. All right, still morning. All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to continue with our current witness, Agent Race. You're still under oath, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, may continue.
So, Agent Racy, good morning.
Good morning.
When we left off, we were going through the actual location of the cell towers based upon what we charted out yesterday. First, when you plotted these locations, is the correct time not the 7:07 but 3:07 a.m.?
Correct. The Eastern Standard Time is the 3:07, correct.
Okay. And so on the diagram that's currently on the screen at the top where it says 7:07, would you -4 from that number?
Correct. That's the UTC time displayed from the records.
Okay. Now, looking at what's on the screen, if you can explain to the jury based upon the map where this cell tower is located.
Okay, so this road that's running straight up through there, that we can see that kind of gray line right there, that's going to be Marietta Street changing into Atlanta Road into Cobb County. Right around here is the compound area, and of course that's 285 going around there like northbound.
Okay. Now looking at the next plot. And again, looking at what's currently on the screen, this is State's Exhibit 172, Echo. What time is this plot?
So it's displaying 7:14 UTC, so that's 3:14 Eastern Standard Time.
And where is the cell tower located?
So the cell tower is going to be 285 right before 75. I described it, I believe, yesterday, kind of where the new Battery Braves Stadium is, kind of in that little area there for reference.
All right. And again, at what time did the 911 call come in?
The 911 call came at 3:14.
Okay. So it would be 3 minutes before this, at 3:14.
That's at 3:14. So the 911 call is coming in, according to the records, at the same time that this phone is connecting and communicating with that tower.
Okay. And what number is being contacted at, what number is the 1990 number contacting at 3:14?
It's the 404-664-3383, which subscriber information tells us is Jimmy Winfrey.
Now, looking at what we charted out 2 days ago, do you see a corresponding call to 1990 on this chart?
Yes, that's going to be on line number 5, but it matches for the 3:14 domesticated for Eastern Standard Time. That phone was at 285 near 75. We described it between Atlanta Road and 75 on 285 and communicating with the 1990, the YSL Enterprise phone.
And again, when you are talking about the location, is that the location of the cell tower?
That is correct.
Right. So at this 3:14 time, both the 3883 number is pinging on a cell tower in the area of 285 and I-75, as well as the 1990 number.
I sustain the objections. You can rephrase now.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. At 3:14, are both the 1990 number and the 285 number pinging off towers in the same area?
The 1990 YSL phone and the 3383 phone are both communicating with the tower in the same general area next to 285 or near 285.
And all right, now looking at number 13.
Yes.
Looking at the map, what is depicted on the map as relates to line number 13?
Correct. It needs to move up one. Yep. Thank you. Okay. So what we see here, it's 7:15, which is UTC. So subtract 4. It's 3:15 in the morning. So a minute later, and we're seeing a new cell tower being communicated with the 1990 YSL Enterprise phone. And that cell tower is still on 285. It's just further up towards that next, I think I called it Northside Drive, I think is the next exit. It's been a few years since I've been in Atlanta, but I believe that's the next exit. So just closer in that direction is the way I described it yesterday.
Okay. Now looking at 7:15. When do you see a call on the 1990 chart at 3:17?
Yes, we do see one represented, yes.
And looking at the 3:17 time, where was that cell tower located?
So if we recall, this is the Sprint cell phone records. So the way Sprint represents it is a first tower connected to and a last tower connected to. So we have 2 towers represented in those records. So at 3:17, the first location is what I described, 75 South, basically in the city. So it basically is on I-75 South in the city. And then the last tower communicated with, we had the communication down in this area near Metropolitan Avenue for that duration of that call, first cell tower, last cell tower.
So based on the tower location, so the 1990 phone at 3:17 is still, the tower is on 285.
Correct.
Okay.
1990 is continuing on a tower on 285 northbound towards Roswell, Sandy Springs area. And our 3383 number is basically on 75 South, leaving Cobb County.
Now, looking at this map, are you able to tell the direction based upon the 911 call where the bus was traveling?
Yes, based off the 911 phone call, we do have a description of the way the bus was traveling.
Can you show the jury where the bus or how the bus was traveling based upon the 911 call?
285 and going north and then eastern direction and then south on 400.
And if you can show that route on here.
Sure. So here's Atlanta Road getting on 285 north, past 75, continuing to 400. I'm sorry, there's 400. 400 south towards the Mandarin Oriental Hotel.
Okay. And from the 911 call, do you recall when he called 911, where was he at when he called 911?
So in the 911 call, the description is 285 on basically 285 traveling northeast. There was basically some trouble because the person didn't know Atlanta, but through the description on the call, we understand that they were approaching Cobb Park.
Your Honor, the 911 call is in evidence.
I'm gonna overrule the objection, sir.
What did he say on the 911 call?
And the speculation.
What did he say on the,
Praise.
sorry, Your Honor, what did he say on the 911 call?
They're on 285. We hear coming up to Cobb Parkway, that we hear the description of I-75 in the 911 phone call.
Okay, where's that?
So again, 285, Cobb Parkway, 75. So traveling that same direction, that northern direction on 285.
And I'm sorry, let's stand on one more time for me, at least right now. Can you see the general area of where the Mandarin Hotel is on this map?
So it's going to be kind of down in this area right around here. I'd have to zoom in to look at the roads to be 100% exact, but just generally that area there is where in Buckhead is where the Mandarin Hotel is.
All right. Now looking at, excuse me, number 14. What is depicted on the map with number 14?
Sure. So again, we see a change in the cell tower location just a little bit further on 285. And I describe it as Roswell Road. I believe that's the next road on 285 going now that eastern, kind of northeastern direction. But it's just, as we saw, it just moved a little bit further up the road.
All right. Now looking at line 15. On line 15, where is the that cell tower located?
So again, it's on 285. It's just a little bit more further northeast. Again, describing it towards the Roswell Road exit without zooming in on the map. That's my description.
Okay. Now looking, and what time was that?
0718 UTC, so that's 3:18 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Okay. And looking at number 16.
All right.
What time is it?
So that's 0728. So a 10-minute jump forward. The next communication we have at 0728, which is 3:28 Eastern Standard Time.
Okay. Where is the cell tower located?
Cell towers are going to be located near I-75. As we can see, the 75 marker there, it's 75, again, in between 285 and the connectors, I believe what I said yesterday. But it's that, I think it's Paces Ferry. I said north side, but that's wrong. I think driving in, I saw it was West Paces Ferry. That's kind of like a general description. I don't know how accurate that is, but in that area, as we can see on the pin drop.
Okay. Now looking at 736, or excuse me. The next one should be 737. Oh, I'm sorry, 736. I apologize. You can bring it down. I'm sorry. What time is that?
0736 UTC, which is 3:36 Eastern Standard Time.
Okay. And where is the cell tower located now?
As we see, that's the Grady curve right there, as we call it. Grady being right there, Capitol being here. So it's just on 75, 85 south of that location. And for just another description purpose, that straight up and down, north and south, is going to be the Metropolitan Parkway area right there.
Okay. And looking at number 18, the next line. What time is this?
So that's going to be 7:37, which is just 1 minute later, and it's 3:37 Eastern Standard Time. Very much still the same kind of area, just it's a cell tower a little bit more north than the last one we saw.
And then looking at 738.
So very, very similar location, 738, it's 3:38 Eastern Standard Time. And again, the cell tower is just a little bit south of where it was just last time. It was just there, now it just moved a little bit more south again, the tower being communicated with.
Okay. And then last 753. What time is that?
So 7:53 is going to be 3:53 Eastern Standard Time. Yes.
Okay. And where is that location?
So it moved kind of away from the 75-85, and now we have it south of 20 and kind of east, actually that would be west of 75-85, and then kind of more towards the, I guess, the Metropolitan Parkway 20, I-20 kind of intersection there.
And again, is that where the vault was located?
It's vault's located on Metropolitan Parkway. Correct.
And are these last few, are the cell towers roughly in the same general area?
Same general area, roughly in that south of I-20, 7585 area.
And now looking back at we'll call this the phone number for the Jimmy Winfrey phone number.
Okay.
At about that same roughly 3:58 time, where is that cell tower?
So similarly, which we discussed, I guess it was 2 days ago, possibly now, Metropolitan Parkway. So without having plotting it right now, it's generally going to be in the same kind of area down there with Metropolitan Parkway.
And based upon your plotting, was that phone in that same area between 3:58 and 4:27?
Correct.
Now, when it came to the plots that you did, did you plot every call on the 1990 record?
No, what I did was basically every hour from almost like, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, every hour leading up to the 3 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Then that's when I kind of started picking some right around that crucial time, just to give us a general overview of the movement of the cell tower being communicated with.
What about the 3383 record? Did you plot every call on that record?
No, I didn't when I was doing my basically spot checking early on in the investigation.
And why didn't you plot every single call on a record?
I mean, it's time consuming, but that's the purpose of sending it to the analysts so they can use the software to plot every single record utilizing the software.
With the phone number 1990, for the calls that you plotted, were all the phone numbers that were being contacted significant to your investigation?
Not all. I tried to identify as many as I could through investigative methods, but I can't say that every single one was 100% involved and important to the investigation.
And so then why did you plot those calls?
Because we got the location data off those calls from when the phone communicated with that tower.
Now, when you receive these records, are you ever able to get the contents of the phone call as to what was said on the calls?
No, that's not the type of search warrant that we got, and that it's historical in nature. So when we get this type of search warrant, we get what's called CDR, call detail records. So we know who called who texted who, as in the phone numbers. And then if we request in the search warrant the historical cell site data, which is that location data from the cell phone company of the towers, we'll get that information. But we have no way of hearing content of past historical phone calls.
Now, in looking at what you plotted for the 3383 number, which we'll call the Jimmy Winfrey number, and the 1990 number, the YSL Enterprise number, as it relates to the compound area, can you tell from the records which number hit a cell tower first in the compound area?
I would say that Jimmy Winfrey phone number got to the compound area prior to the 1990 YSL Enterprise phone number.
Sir, you have an objection?
I do.
Basis.
Beyond his qualifications and has to be a use of the talent. So that's my objection. I would add speculation.
Go ahead.
I can rephrase it.
I'll sustain the objection.
Based on the cell tower that you plotted, which phone hit a cell tower closer to the compound first? The 3383 Jimmy Winfrey phone or the 1990 YSL Enterprise phone?
3383 Jimmy Winfrey hit the cell tower closest to the compound first.
if you can recall, was there ever a time, if we need to go back to the chart, that the Jimmy Winfrey phone hit a tower at the compound around the same time that the 1990 number was hitting a tower near the compound?
Yes,
Yes, they did.
I can recall, and yes, they did.
Okay. And when did the 3383 phone hit a tower going towards 285?
Yes,
Did the 3383 number hit a phone going towards hit a tower going towards 285 around the same time that in 1990, the 1990 number hit a tower going towards 285?
yes, we saw that in the records.
This is significant testimony.
And do you recall the jail call that we heard in which Jimmy Winfrey asked someone to call the 1990 number?
Yes,
And is that the same 1990 number as we've just been discussing this morning?
yes, it is.
And is that the same call where female answered the 1990 number first
Correct.
and then passed the phone to Mr. Williams?
That's also correct.
This is powerful testimony because now they're showing that there was communication that night. What I
In
said
your
earlier,
investigation, or during the course of your investigation, excuse me,
this would be a powerful piece of
did
information.
you do any online searches for any information that was assisting your investigation?
Absolutely.
Why did you look on the internet for information regarding your investigation?
First off, I was trying to learn of basically the dispute, the conflict, whatever was going on, as described by Atlanta police. So I was trying to do my own research. I was also just trying to gain information and knowledge about the involvement of the parties that were involved, and also because we find evidence.
Sir,
I
objection.
will object to the
Basis.
parties who are involved.
Overruled, sir.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so continue on. Basically, at times, suspects, criminal defendants, offenders, whatever you want to title them, post information that could be useful as evidence on social media as well.
And were you able to find anything on the internet that assist you with your investigation?
Yes.
The items that you found on the internet, what were the sources of that information?
I looked at Instagram, Facebook. I looked at YouTube. I looked at just general Google searches, just Googling names. I was just generally querying anything and everything that I could to get information back.
And when you saw information that you thought were relevant for your investigation, what did you do with those? What did you do with that information?
I tried to preserve it to the best of my ability.
And how did you try to preserve it?
Whether it was a screenshot, whether it was downloading a YouTube video, whether it was actually sending a preservation request in to the service provider, whether it be at the time Facebook, Instagram, now it's Meta, but just sending a preservation request in and then getting legal process later if I needed to do so. So I was just trying to collect it by any means at my disposal.
Now, with some of the videos that you pulled, did they sometimes come from bloggers?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And can you describe for the jury generally when they came from bloggers, what were the bloggers doing?
Objection, hearsay, I think.
Yeah, I'm not asking what did they say.
Overruled the objection, Mr. Steele.
Without saying what any of the bloggers said, what were they doing? What were they doing?
Overruled, sir.
So most of the blogger type content or news type content I was getting from YouTube, and most of them were just highlighting and discussing what's going on, the ongoing conflicts, the
I sustain the objection. Ladies and gentlemen, jury, to instruct you to disregard the witness's last statement.
Let me ask you this. In the blogging videos, would they splice videos together?
yes, there were splices. Yes.
What the heck is happening here?
And then would they, that's what it said, would they provide their own commentary over the spliced videos?
Yes.
Why did you get that type of video? Why would you pull that video from yourself?
Overrule, sir.
Well, it's basically like a force multiplier. Other people are going out and scouring the internet for information. They're compiling it, and then I can go to one source and get that information. So instead of having to go to this webpage or this social media post or this page, someone else is kind of doing the work for me. I just download it from one source.
Wait, this is a problem.
What's the basis of your objection? Well, you cannot speak your objection. Just tell me what the basis for your objection.
It's total speculation, right here say.
I'll overrule your objection.
Personal knowledge.
Overrule, sir.
Wow.
You may answer, sir.
Basically, it's a force multiplier. Compilations of videos and posts are being pulled in one location. I could go to one location and download as much information as I could get from one source.
And in preparation for your testimony, have you been able to review at least two of the videos that you pulled based from your investigation?
Yes.
I mean, this is a
First,
problem.
I'm going to show you what's been already admitted. It's State's Exhibit 118 Echo.
Oh, you can get a video. You can get a video. You can create a video.
Sure.
I think it should be just.
Okay, so here's the problem. This agent, who's a former detective, essentially Googled videos that content creators put together based on their subjective creativity.
We go back a little. Well, let me ask while we're getting it up. Is this one of the videos that you pulled from social media?
Yes.
And is this one of that third-party blogger site that you pulled it from?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Looking at State's Exhibit 118 Echo, during the course of your investigation, do you know who the individual is that's paused on the video?
Yeah, the subject that's to the front of the video with the blonde or yellow tip hair, orange hair.
Yeah.
I know him as Duke.
No, I'm
Correct.
And do you know who he's on the stage with?
Yes. The person who's kind of behind him right now. Yes, that's Jeffrey Williams.
And when was this video?
That was on April 25th, 2015.
And in this video, where's this video? Like, where are they?
So they're in Louisiana, in Baton Rouge at Southern University.
Okay. And does this number, 5790, does that come back to an individual YSL Duke?
That's correct.
Good question. And the answer is no.
Do you see that number on here?
Yes.
At what time
On here being,
on here on the chart? Do you
on
see
here being what?
the chart.
Okay, all right.
On the chart, do you see the number 5790?
I do see it on the chart. Yes, ma'am.
What time does the 1990 number contact the 5790 number?
Yes.
Okay, at what time?
We see it at 0707 UTC, which is 037 AM Eastern Standard Time.
And looking at the actual record, do you know if that phone actually connects and at what time? In whichever.
It'll be the
item is
19. Oh, okay.
Right now, he's gonna be looking at the demonstrative, which is gonna be Stacy's exhibit 172. Stacy's exhibit 139 echo.
So yes, so at 0307, 1990 attempts to call the 5790 phone, and it's the phones at least connect for 3 seconds.
And is that looking at 139 Echo Charlie depicted on 139 Echo Charlie?
Yes, it is.
Now, on 139 Echo Charlie, based on the actual record, are there 2 actual entries at 307?
That's correct. There's 2 lines that indicate as such on the records.
And Ms. Knight, can you put the map back up for this line? For the 307 line? And at the time in which these calls are made, is this a tower that's traveling on Atlanta Road?
Yes, correct.
And is that the same direct that the bus was traveling up Atlanta Road?
That's correct.
And let me ask you this, did you ever plot the YSL Duke phone number?
No.
Why not?
The YSL Duke phone number, I only got a subpoena for. Therefore, I did not get location information because it was a subpoena versus a search warrant where I could get location information from.
Any reason why you only got a subpoena for that record?
Oral, sir.
At the point in time when I was getting the search warrants, the importance of it I didn't understand the importance of it at that point in time.
What did you just say?
Now, looking at all the records, the 1990 number, do you ever see that phone number call the YSL Enterprise phone number that was assigned to the last digit 8553?
Yes, in the records, we do see that. Yes.
Do you see those 2 numbers calling anytime around April 25th and 26th?
So the 1990 and that phone number you just mentioned, the 8553,
Yes.
we're talking about the time period in which we are discussing now the incident.
Yes.
No, we don't see those connect. No.
But we do see that number calling the YSL.
I stand, I stand objection.
Do we see the 1990 contacting the YSL Duke during this time period?
Yes,
And Duke, was he the individual on stage with Mr. Williams in Baton Rouge, Louisiana?
I stand objection.
You can take that down for me. I'm now going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 117, Echo.
Yeah, YSL. Carter 6 coming out Friday, first show. New Orleans, Holly Grove. Fuck, nigga. Meet me there, better yet. Beat me there, you did. With them dicks, too, nigga. Yeah. Can't name the mixtape Carter 6 because these fuck ass niggas trying to sue. Shit like some hoes. Big old blood, so I'm going bar the 6 on the fucking way.
Now, is that one of the videos that you pulled?
yes, I pulled that video.
Now, from where did you pull that video from?
I mean, from YouTube, from the internet.
Was that one of those blogger videos that we talked about earlier?
That's correct.
And when you pulled the video, did that video already have the videos kind of spliced together as you discussed earlier?
It was already spliced together by them. Correct. Yes.
And let me ask you,
So
is there a
the
portion
video
of that
could have been
video-
taken out of context.
Yes.
from what we see? What portion of that video is not being shown?
Commentary.
And who was that commentary from?
The blogger, the person that posted the video.
When you pulled it, did you do any editing to the video?
No.
Did you add anything or did you remove anything from what you pulled from the YouTube site?
I'm not that tech savvy. I just downloaded it.
I stand objection.
Did you ever obtain any social media records?
Yes.
Specifically, did you obtain any records from Instagram or Facebook?
Yes.
Who did you receive Instagram records for?
Multiple parties, but I did it for Jimmy Winfrey, who was the suspect in this case. I did it for some other involved parties as well.
What were the other?
Hold on.
The statement involved parties.
Oh, sir.
Let me ask you a better question. Did I ask you more specifically? Did you pull records for Mr. Jeffrey Williams?
I did.
What about Shannon Stillwell?
I did.
Were there others outside of these three?
There-
I stand objection.
Sitting here now, do you recall the handles for each of the Instagram records? Miss Jimmy Winfrey, Jeffrey Williams, and Shannon Stillwell.
Oof, I could probably name a couple of them. Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall it for Jimmy Winfrey?
He was Pee Wee, aka Roscoe, I believe, on at least one of them.
What about Jeffrey Williams?
You would ask me that. I'd have to refresh my memory by my report.
Okay.
Yeah, I have to refresh my memory.
And what about Shannon Stillwell? Do you recall?
I think his was OG Bull. I think I remember something like that for him.
I apologize, ladies and gentlemen. The cameraman, for some reason, is not focusing on the witness stand. This sometimes happens when you don't hit the switch button to switch from the podium to the regular shots. Let me see if I can get the camera to move. Stand by. Okay, we got the camera to move. Sometimes when you're recording the pool footage, and the way the setup is, you have to switch from the monitor that's in the courtroom to the actual shots of what's being focused on by the camera. So we have two cameras. We have a virtual and we have a physical camera that switches back from the monitor to the camera, which shoots the courtroom. There's some technical stuff. Now let's talk about this evidence. This edited video that someone took a clip, a YouTuber took a clip. We don't know what the full context of that video is, but I can surmise that based on the little clip that we saw, that there may have been a lot more to go with that footage. So I would have asked the question, where's the full video that was shot from which this content creator or YouTuber extracted it from? Because we don't have a full picture here. We have a soundbite from Young Thug, but we don't have what the context of that video is. And he's pulling these videos off the internet. And you guys who follow YouTube channels can also agree that a lot of these videos are manipulated and or presented in the manner in which the storyteller wants the audience to view it. So this detective is not tech savvy, as he stated, or the agent, but he's showing a video that has been extracted from a full video. We need to know what the full video was and not just a part of it. You know, he could have said, I shot the sheriff. But then the full video said, but yeah, that's only from a song. He didn't really shoot a sheriff. You know, song I shot the sheriff, but I didn't shoot the deputy. So my point is, we need more context to this video and not just an edited video that has commentary by the. We don't. Here's the other problem. What was the commentary that the content creator had that was part of that video? What was the commentary? We don't know what the commentary was. So if you're trying to lead a person with a video, give us the full video so we can know what the content of the context of the video was. Because the content creator could have said, oh, no, he was just talking crap. It was just nothing. But you don't want that played in front of a juror if you're the party trying to create a narrative for a particular clip. Put a 1 in the chat, ladies and gentlemen, if you understand where I'm going with this, because at the end of the day, we need to know what the full context of the video is and not just a clip of Young Thug saying something. And these guys are entertainers. They know they're being recorded. So they're going to say whatever to, you know, spark the interest of their fans. if I was on the juror, I was one of the jurors, I would want to know why aren't we listening to the full video? What's in the full video? Why show a part of the video? Who's the author of this video? Who's the cameraman who shot this video? Who was the person responsible for uploading this video? Who was the person that did the color corrections on this video? Who was the person that controlled the audio on this video? He just testified that he doesn't understand. He doesn't edit videos, but you don't know who edited the video before you download it from the internet. So there's a lot of missing pieces here, and I think this can be problematic. And this, again, this is why they have made these objections.
Counsel's already, okay.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 163 Echo, 163 Echo Alpha, 163 Echo Bravo, 163 Echo Charlie, and 163 Echo Delta, and 163 Echo Echo, and 163 Echo Foxtrot. So first take a look at those, tell me if you recognize the right one.
I do recognize him.
How do you recognize? First start with 163 Echo.
So 163 Echo Alpha, which is the disc. I viewed the disc and put my initials on it. I guess it's 2 days ago, on the 13th.
And what was contained in 163 Echo?
The Instagram response to the search warrant.
And then because remember, what was contained 163 Echo Alpha?
That's the response from Instagram reference the search warrant served on them for Jimmy Winfrey.
And what is the vanity name? Vanity name?
So the vanity name listed is that Pee Wee, aka Roscoe.
What is 163 Echo?
163 Echo is the business record certification, is what we call it for the records.
Now it's 163 Echo Beta.
Bravo.
Excuse me, Bravo through Echo Echo.
Echo Foxtrot. Oh.
Is 163 Echo 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 Bravo Echo Echo X. Sorry. Is 163 Echo Bravo through 163 Echo Echo excerpts from the record
Correct, yes.
contained in 163 Echo.
Correct.
All right. And it's 163 Echo Foxtrot, the subscriber information.
Yes, that's the page that contains that, yes.
You're right. This time the state would like to tender 163 Echo, 163 Echo Alpha, 163 Echo Bravo, 163 Echo Charlie, 163 Echo Delta, 163 Echo Echo, and 163 Echo Foxtrot as evidence.
Any further objections on behalf of any councils that have otherwise not been previously noted?
To the extent that the written materials are admitted, I don't have any objection. Any extraneous things that may be on the disc.
We talked about that yesterday, and I've noted your objection to that or your concern. Okay, anybody else?
This is Mr. Winfrey.
Yes, that's the one.
Your Honor, I will object if he's not here to hear.
Overruled, sir.
Now I'd like to join you.
Overruled. States 163 Echo, Echo Alpha, Echo Bravo, Echo Charlie, Echo Delta, Echo Echo, and Echo Foxtrot are admitted over objection with the court's earlier caveats. May be published as you see fit. Before we do that, though, we need to take a comfort break. Okay, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take 10 minutes, okay? All right. All rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our jury has left us. We'll be in recess 10 minutes. Okay.
Well, it does appear that the judge has to run to the restroom. We all have to do it. We all have to do it. But let's get into this testimony here and the evidence that was just shown to the jurors. It's astonishing that in 2024, this type of video evidence is being allowed to enter into a trial without even having. Someone asked a good question on YouTube. Is the content creator coming to court, or is he or she on the witness list? Because are we even going to talk about the possibility of a voiceover on the video? Because if you can line up the visuals with an audio insertion, then now you have a manipulation of a video. We do not know, ladies and gentlemen, if this video has in fact been manipulated, but we do know that while he says it's not technical, they sliced out the part where there was commentary in this video. So if you understand the creation of videos for presentation to, for example, YouTube, it's a production. It could be a small production, and it's the goal of the producer is to lead the audience to come to a conclusion at the end of the video. We don't know what was there. We know that there was a clip of a video inserted in the YouTube content creators video, but we don't know what the original video looked like. I would like to see the original start to finish video when it was recorded. Can we get the videographer who shot the video of Young Thug to give context to the video? Not someone who pulled a video from wherever he pulled it from, he or she pulled it from, and then present it based on his edit to the public. Then you have a detective that scours the internet, YouTube, Google, social media, and then pulls the video down and say, hey, I can use this to build a case. No, sir. It doesn't start there. How about reach out? Good detective work. And not saying the guy's not a good detective, but I would want to find out who recorded the video. Who recorded the video? Not just grab a clip or pull something from a music video and say, hey, we're going to present this. This is evidence. This shows the man is guilty. Remember, Young Thug is an entertainer. The video was recorded, in my estimation, to entertain his public. So all I'm saying is we just can't be satisfied with a clip of a bigger picture. We have a part of a picture. We don't have the full picture. We have someone giving testimony that he pulled this video, but he can't even testify that he knows what was the original creator's intent when he shot the video and what was going on there. Bring the videographer. If I shoot video, you can rest assured if I'm being called or my video is being called to use for evidence, I would say that you should probably bring me in to explain what was happening when I shot the video. Is one of the questions I would ask is this the complete scene from what you shot, or is other things missing? And then the other question I would say is, do you have the original file from this video? So there's many things that is missing, and I think this is going to be a problem down the road. I think the ruling was I didn't know how they was going to present the evidence, but I think that not bringing in others to explain the video is going to be a problem, because what can happen when the defense is going to put their case in chief up, not that I'm saying they're going to call Young Thug to the stand, but Young Thug may have a different story about what was said in this particular clip and what was the purpose of what was being said. He can say, hey, I was shooting a video. And they didn't even present the whole video. They just presented a piece of what I said. But there's a bigger picture. I don't want to, to beg the issue, but I'm just saying that this is kind of problematic if we want to be honest. If we really want to be honest. And if you guys disagree with what I'm saying, feel free to challenge me on it. You can put a comment there and we can talk about it. But as it stands, this is not acceptable. It's acceptable to the judge, but it may not be acceptable to the jurors and the defendants. And let's see how this plays out. Let's see how this plays out. Absolutely, Miss Melanie. Videos are spliced all the time. I can give you thousands of examples on how videos are spliced. Let me give you an example. I'll give you one example. There's a video on our channel involving Young Jeezy. This video was shot probably 8-9 years ago in a case where Young Jeezy was on trial, in a civil case trial. And it was a part in that video where he was asked about his age. He was asked about his age, and essentially he had said he has a rap age and he has his real age. But it was more than just that part. But I just took the clip and put that part because I thought that part was funny. But then if you read the thousands of comments, people were making all kind of assumptions that he was lying. He was lying on stage. He wasn't really lying. He wasn't held in contempt or nothing. He was just giving his perspective on why he has a rap age and a real age. So my point is, you need to have the full picture in order for you to tell the story, not just a part of it. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be on a comfort break, and I'll see you guys shortly. Hold on a second. Someone made a good point. Just made a good point. And the point was, these type of antics by Thug is what has helped him become a big artist. Wearing dresses, there's so many different artistic expressions that he's done that has helped his career. But it appears in this clip, they're trying to make this clip appear to be more sinister, more diabolical. But we don't know. Let's see what the response is on the cross-examination. I am so looking forward to the cross-examination because there's a lot to unpack. I'm guessing the cross won't be finished until next week. I'm guessing this won't be done until next week because this agent has said some significant things. And let's talk about the cell phone towers and how it was being tracked on 285, heading north and heading south when the bus was making moves, and then the other phone was lead back to YSL Enterprise. Let's unpack that later today, and let's discuss why that is a significant piece of evidence and how that may show a correlation between the shooting and the communication that Winfrey was having with Thug. So we'll go back and look at that clip and let's see if there is in fact a connection based on the timing. Back to my comfort break.
All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, madam, you may continue.
Now looking at State's Exhibit 164. Oh, I'm now showing what's been marked and showing the defense counsel at State's Exhibit 164 Echo, 164 Echo Alpha, 164 Echo Bravo, 164 Echo Charlie, 164 Echo Delta, and 164 164 Echo Echo and 164 Echo Foxtrot. Tell me if you recognize those exhibits.
Yes, I do.
And first start with Stacy Exhibit 164 Echo. How do you recognize the exhibit? 164 Echo.
This is going to be another business record certification. Looks like from Facebook.
And what about 164 Echo Alpha?
It also looks like a business record certification.
What about 164 Echo Bravo?
This is the disc that I reviewed for the response regarding Facebook, Instagram.
And did that appear to be the same response you received back in 2015 when you first received these records?
That's correct.
Goes both ways, Mr. Harvey. Please use your microphone. Use your microphone, Mr. Harvey.
Does 164 Echo Bravo?
I flipped them over. I'm sorry.
Does 164 Echo Bravo appear to be the same records that you received back in 2015?
Yes.
Right. Now looking at State's Exhibit 164 Echo Charlie. What is 164 Echo Charlie?
It looks like the Instagram subscriber information page from the response.
Okay. And 164 Echo Delta through 164 Echo Foxtrot. What do they consist of?
It looks like all Instagram posts, basically photographs.
And are those excerpts from what's contained in 164 Echo Bravo?
Yes, they would be.
Okay. You're right. This time the state would like to tender 164 Echo, 164 Echo Alpha through 164 Echo Foxtrot.
Any further objection to states 164 Echo through Echo, 164 Echo Alpha through Echo Foxtrot that otherwise haven't been posted, stated already? Okay, they're admitted, subject to the court's early ruling and over objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Be published as you see fit.
And then last, looking at State's Exhibit, I'm now handing what's been marked as State's Exhibit 165 Echo and in 165 Echo Alpha and 165 Echo Bravo. Do you recognize those three exhibits?
I do.
How do you first recognize State's Exhibit 165 Echo, 165 Echo?
So that's going to be just a business record certification from now it's called Meta, but Facebook, Instagram company.
And looking at 165 Echo Alpha.
That's going to be Shannon Stillwell's Instagram response, the disc that I signed on a previous date.
Okay. And is that from the same search warrant return you did back in 2015?
Correct.
And now looking at State's Exhibit 165 Echo Bravo.
This is going to be the subscriber page from that response.
And do all of those appear to be a fair, accurate records from what you received back in 2015?
They do.
Here at this time, the state would like to admit State's Exhibit 165 Echo, 165 Echo Alpha, and 165 Echo Bravo into evidence.
Any further objection to states 165 Echo, Echo Alpha, or Echo Bravo? Otherwise have not been stated already. Okay. All right, they're admitted subject to the court's early ruling and over objection.
In the future, if they come up.
You can raise another timely objection depending upon what's presented, okay? All right.
First, I'm gonna start with 164 Echo. And just confirm, it's 164 Echo Bravo, the subscriber information.
So 164 Echo, and then 164 Echo Bravo.
Okay, that's the full disc. Which exhibit is the subscriber information?
One 164 Echo Charlie is the subscriber information page.
Now, looking at exhibit 164 Echo Charlie, whose Instagram, what is the vanity name of that Instagram?
Thugger 1.
And does it have an email address associated with it?
It does.
Don't tell me what the email address is. Is there a name associated in the email itself?
Yes, there is.
What is the name in the email itself?
So it's flipped, last name first, then first name, but it's Diop Amina,
Okay.
01.
Don't give me the
Oh.
email, just, is there a name?
Yes.
All right. Now, I want to publish for you 164 Echo Charlie. Excuse me. Echo Delta. Of course, no. Now, looking at Stacy's exhibit 164 Echo Delta, first let me ask, when you get the records back from Instagram, are they in the same form as if you were going to that public page?
No.
What's the difference?
So when they send it back, it's a PDF. And it basically starts with the subscriber page, then goes to IP addresses used. And then we finally start going into the content, and it'll break it down from posts, DM messages, depending on what your search warrant request. But it breaks it down kind of from there. So that what we're seeing here in this photo is the picture of the post. And then we're seeing some information like meta data, if you want to call it that, just some internal information that Facebook, Instagram keeps. And then we will see the written text of the post below that if there was one associated with the post.
And is this an excerpt from the exhibit for the Thugger Instagram account?
Yes.
All right. Now, if we can make large the picture and the content. And when you were speaking of the meta or the data information, is this the information that's contained at the bottom of the image?
That's correct.
All right. Now, looking at the line that says taken, what is your understanding of what taken is? Or what taken means as well?
I stand the objection.
Have you had training in reading Instagram records?
Yes.
Okay. And have you learned about what the different data information or meta information that's on the bottom of that picture?
Sure, yes.
Okay. And in that courses that you received training on, did you learn or understand what what that line is?
Yes.
What is it?
So that's basically when the information is being uploaded. So we have the date created and we have a date taken. So basically they're taking the information. If your photograph has any metadata within it and you upload it, it'll kind of pull that, whatever information Instagram is getting. And so taken, as we could see, it's the same time as listed as created. So presumably the date this image was created is the same date. That,
I'll stand it as the form. You can rephrase.
Sure. So based on your understanding in your training of the date taken versus the date created, is that on the same date?
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
Basis.
It's not an expert.
Overrule, sir.
Based on what you've learned during your training courses, is it for this record, is the date that the picture was taken and the date that that the image was created on Instagram the same date?
it appears to be the same, yes.
Okay. And scrolling down, if you could just educate the jury to what you understand the information is contained on the bottom of the picture.
So ID is going to be an internal number for Instagram, Facebook. Then we have the taken, which we just discussed. Status is active, means the post at the time of the search warrant was served on them. This post is still active. It's still live. We then have the URL. So if we punch that into a computer URL, it would take us to that page. Source is they're sourcing it to be the library. Filter unknown. The IP address in which uploaded this image. Is it published? True. Shared by true. So is it published on the page? Is it shared? It looks like it's true. And then again, we have another ID, and then we have the date created as I stated. Status again is kind of reiterating it, active. And then we have the text, which is what that narrative, if we're familiar with Instagram, post, and then a narrative that goes along with it. That's going to be the narrative that goes along with the post.
And what was the narrative that went along with this post?
I have an image right there. Follow my, sorry, Judge, fucking slime at Pee Wee, AKA Roscoe, right? Fucking now, and a lot of exclamation marks.
Okay, I want to scroll down. You can scroll up a little more. Please scroll. Okay. Are you able to see that last line at the top?
Yes.
Okay, what does it say?
There's a hashtag or a number sign, please, exclamation points, and then some images or emojis that Instagram couldn't capture in their text, photo by, and then at real wish.
All right, now looking at 164 Echo Echo. Just scroll into the data at the bottom. And looking at this, what was the date? What's the taken date?
Yes, so the created and taken date are going to be the same in this image as well. And the date is June 14th, 2015.
And is there a text that was associated with this Instagram post?
Yeah, the hashtag free Roscoe till he free.
Okay. And who is in this photo?
That's Jimmy Winfrey.
And also looking back at, well, not having to go back, in 164 Echo Delta, who's in that photo?
Jimmy Winfrey.
All right. Now publishing 164 Echo Foxtrot. First, who's in the photo?
Jimmy Winfrey.
Okay. And what is the date of this? What's the taken date?
So taken date is listed as June 15th, 2015.
And what is the created date?
June 15th, 2015 as well.
And is there a text associated with this post?
Yes, so we have the little rectangles again. So it's emojis that it can't capture in this text. And then everybody capping a goat, and the videos are in the making. So.
And you said everybody capping or caption? What did you say?
Caption.
Okay. Do you see more to that text?
Yeah, there's a little unmute image on my screen. Make sure you tag me in them so I can repost them all. Again, the rectangle, so there's an emoji that this text can't create. Photo by @Goddess Dora.
Okay. Now, in looking at these two, this 164 Echo Foxtrot and 164 Echo Echo, were these two significant in your investigation?
Yes.
Why is that?
Well, just the free Roscoe and associated with the jail phone calls.
Which jail phone call?
The one in which Mr. Winfrey spoke with Mr. Williams.
And it was at the call where they were discussing the free Roscoe campaign.
Correct.
Do you recall what date that jail call was?
Not off the top of my head.
We're looking at a copy of your report. Help refresh your memory.
Sure. Yes.
I'm going to direct you to page 103.
Okay.
What was the date of that jail call?
June 13th, 2015.
So is that about a day before 164 Echo?
That's correct.
And then 2 days before 164 Echo Foxtrot.
That's correct.
And is that same call that the 1990 number is called in order to speak with Mr. Williams?
That's correct.
Now, let's look at 165. Echo. And specifically 165 Echo Bravo. If you could just tell me, what is the vanity name on 165 Echo Bravo?
That OG Bull.
And is it OG Bulls or OG something?
There's an underscore, OG underscore Bull.
And what is the name associated with the email address for that record?
It's Shannon Stillwell. It's just flipped. So last name first, then first name.
Now looking at 163 Echo.
Okay, I think we're gonna have a lunch break in the next 10 minutes.
Yes.
Looking at 163, we can now publish 163 Echo Bravo. And while that's being published, whose Instagram is this?
163 Echo Bravo. That's gonna be Jimmy Winfrey's.
And what was his vanity name?
It's gonna be that Pee Wee, aka Roscoe.
Now, First look at 164 Echo Bravo. What is the taken date and what is the created date on this 164 Echo Bravo?
March 27th, 2015, and it appears to match both created and taken.
Okay. And what is the text?
PSA, we on tour, came from zone 3, my rounds. I'm a ride for them like a military mafia. You dig what I'm saying? Hashtag bankroll mafia, hashtag YSL RG, hashtag you dig, hashtag my little sisters, and $.
Do you know who the young ladies are inside of that image?
Yes,
Who?
the Greer sisters.
Do you know which one is which?
No, I don't know.
All right. Now looking at 164 Echo Charlie. Excuse me, 163 Echo Charlie.
Yes.
Now looking at 163 Echo Charlie, who is captured in that image?
Jimmy Winfrey.
Right. And what is the taken date and what is the created date?
April 20th, 2015.
And then what is the text?
Keep your mouth closed when the dawn speaks. Quiet storm more powerful than yo tongue. Fool bankroll mafia, you dig? YSL RG, hashtag human goat, hashtag Atlanta, hashtag da dawn, hashtag yo bitch love me, hashtag I can't wait, hashtag you dig what I'm saying, hashtag Utes fucked them.
Okay.
USZ, and then the F word, dem, DEM.
Okay. Looking at 163 Echo Delta.
Okay.
And do you know everyone inside of this image?
No.
Can you identify those that you do know inside of the image?
Um,
Or that you recognize, excuse me.
Second from the right, so the blonde haired gentleman, he has like the orange blonde hair, that's Duke.
And you can use your pointer.
Oh, all right. So the blonde haired gentleman, that's Duke. And then I guess he'd be first if you count his rear, but first to the left on the bottom, that's Jimmy Winfrey.
All right. You can, and is there a date that is taken?
April 17th, 2015.
Okay. And I know there's some language in the text, but not saying everything.
Thank you.
What is no problem? What is the text?
TBT with my in, we in no repping everything we believe in. You dig, Hot Boy, Cheech Lock, Yak Gotti, Duke. And then we have again some emojis that the system text doesn't recognize. And then we have at Birdman 5-star. You dig what I'm saying? Bankroll Mafia, YSL, RG.
All right. Now looking at 163 Echo Echo.
Okay.
Now what's contained in 163 Echo Echo?
A white Camaro Z28.
Okay. And was this significant in your investigation?
It was.
Okay. Why was this particular caption or excerpt relevant in your investigation?
Well, it's the white Camaro that we later find, but it's also posted on Jimmy Winfrey's Instagram on the specific date, which is the day before the shooting incident. So it associates him further with that vehicle that's registered in his deceased uncle's name.
And what is the date that it was taken, and what's the date that it was, excuse me, let's say taken?
April 25th, 2015.
And we're gonna scroll down slightly. And that the same as the created date?
It is.
And what's the status?
The status says deleted by user.
Was that significant to you?
Yes.
Why?
Well, the picture was deleted by the user for a particular reason.
When you were first doing your investigation, had you ever looked at his public page prior to getting the Instagram record?
Prior to getting the search warrant, yes.
When you looked at his public page prior to,
Do you have an objection, sir?
Yes, speculation.
I'm going to overrule your objection. You need to form an objection, and that I can recognize. So, okay? I'll sustain the objection.
did you look at the Jimmy Winfrey, Pete Wee Roscoe's page prior to getting the Instagram?
And that's what I said. How about
Yes.
that?
And when you looked at the Jimmy Winfrey or the Pee Wee Roscoe page, did you see this image when you looked through his public page prior to you getting the Instagram return?
I did not see this image between the time that I looked at his public page and the time that I got this response.
And is it when you got the response that you saw that this image had been deleted?
That's correct.
If the shooting was on April 26th, about when did you look at the public page of Pee Wee Roscoe?
I would say it would have been that Monday meeting with Atlanta Police Department. Around that time.
And when you say around that time, you mean that same day or just around in that area of those days?
I can't tell you exactly if on Sunday, investigator Dennis notified me of this account or if it was that Monday, but it's that approximate time frame. It would have been immediately thereafter and the immediate part of the investigation.
All right. Now looking at 164 Echo Foxtrot. Okay. And that's at the subscriber information.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Now, when was Mr. Winfrey arrested for this case?
I think it was, I think we looked back, it was like June, I have to look again, but it was like June, around the beginning, middle part of June, when he turned himself in.
Now, early in your investigation, how did you identify the two groups that you were investigating?
Atlanta Police Department.
Let me ask a better question. When it came to your association with YSL, how did you describe YSL early in your investigation?
I'm objecting, Your Honor.
Basis.
It is.
Give me a basis for the objection. Don't speak the objection. Just give me a basis. One that I can rec.
404A, 403. Using the phone.
The character of the group?
I'm gonna overrule the objection, sir.
How did you
On both grounds.
early in your investigation? How did you describe YSL?
Overrule, sir. That was Mr. Steele. Yes.
And overruled, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sure. Early in your investigation, how did you describe YSL?
I would describe him as a criminal street gang.
Did you describe him as a music group early in your investigation?
Okay. Sure. I'm sorry, Ms. Hilton and Mr. Matthews, come on up. Just so. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to a stopping point for lunch. I know we said we had a little bit of a late start today, but what I'm going to do is recess you all for about maybe 30 minutes so we could come back at 1:45. And then we are going to continue and probably recess for the day, probably around 3. So that gives you the guide point for today. That'll be what we're going to do. So with that, I'll go ahead and recess at this point in time. Agent Racy, if you'll come back for 1:45 as well. Okay. All right. All rise.
All rise.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, our jury's left us. We are in recess for until.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. So, again, this is same story. They're allowing certain things in, and we still have questions. But before that, I'm going to go to New York City right now as we wait for President Trump to come out of his. Hold on, stand by. Let's see if we got a picture of former President Trump. Stand by. Stand by. Okay, so this what you're watching right now is a shot from the Trump Towers in New York. As you can see, you have the security and Secret Service outside. And hold on 1 second here. Stand by. Just want to see if he's going to come out and obviously say something about the testimony. That he's not going to talk about the testimony, but perhaps he may say something as it relates to how's the trial going. How does he feel how the trial is going? Okay, so we the minute he comes out and he speaks to the media, I'll bring the camera back to New York. As you can see, Secret Service is outside. Let's see here. Okay, let's go back into Atlanta right now. Let's go. Well, he didn't need a year to pick his jury or pick the jurors, but he did not want it to go as rapid as it did. All right, guys, we're going to be in recess for 30 minutes. But until then, enjoy your lunch. We'll see you back.
It talks about YSL and YSL being a blood gang subset. And my next question I was getting ready to pose to him before the objection is, you said subset. Tell me, what do you mean? So he could have elaborated as to what was contained further in the indictment, which was in the charge it says blood gang. However, he knew and learned from his investigation that YSL was a gang. Why is this important? If you listen to this call, Your Honor, he talks about in the indictment that it said YSL Enterprise. And so at that moment, he asked Amina to put him on the paperwork. So it looks like, well, he tells her, I need you to put me on the paperwork. And then later on, he tells his girlfriend, remember to tell Amina, put me on the paperwork so it doesn't look like street business. And so what I have to get the witness to testify and the jury can believe or not is, well, what did you understand it to be before? And why is that significant that he needed to be placed on paperwork so it could look like it's not street business?
Yeah, I remember us talking about this last week. So
it puts the call in context, and that's why we went into that line of questioning.
Anything further, Mr.
You don't want to
Steele
hear.
first,
He
and
don't
then
care.
Mr. Shaw.
I already decided he's not gonna let them do what Miss Love does and talk
I
him
did
into
cover this
changing
last
his
week. We
mind.
covered this already. So
Your Honor, I don't understand how Mr. Williams is having a trial that's fair.
I'm sorry.
I don't understand, from my perspective, Mr. Williams is not having a fair trial. I cannot cross-examine Mr. Winfrey. Now, this witness is telling us what he means by having things not look like street items.
Shit. I remember.
Okay.
Okay. So
I don't understand how any of this is coming in. Amina Diab is not a witness that the state is calling at all. I don't have a burden, you keep telling me, which I know the law, but you keep telling me that, but it feels like I have a burden because I have to clean all this mess up. And
if you choose to do so, sir, and that's your characterization of it. So
the indictment, quote unquote, redacted is a farce. This thing has, I don't know if you looked at your copy, there's blanks here that identify Jeffrey Williams. I mean, you'd have to be a deceased person not to realize that the indictment is charging Jeffrey Williams in it. And the state just goes on like, this is no big deal. You know, I have a big deal. This entire case should have witnesses who are competent to be cross-examined, and they don't. I again object. This gentleman is testifying. He has no basis in saying what Jimmy Winfrey meant or didn't mean. The recording, because of your ruling, speaks for itself. He shouldn't be able to interpret it, just like I can't interpret it. And it was never even done. What the jurors won't know is that Amina Diab didn't give any paperwork.
You should let them know that on cross.
In fact, what they don't know is that Jeffrey Williams, because the state won't probably play it.
You
a
could bring
recording
that
with
out
Jeffrey
on
Williams
cross.
where this detective asked Jeffrey Williams.
Well, hold on, Ike. He can bring that out on cross,
Right.
but again, he doesn't have to even present a case if he doesn't want to.
But that's not a basis for an objection, because you actually have to cross a witness, because you have to elicit information that the prosecution is not, because the prosecution is not going to elicit all the helpful information you think that they should. That's not what you should be arguing. What you should be arguing is that my client has a constitutional right to confront the witnesses against him. This witness does not have the proper personal knowledge to authenticate the voices on those calls.
Right. And he also said
he's not saying that.
Amina,
he's not saying that. Authentication 901, 902. Say that.
Amina Diab is not even on the prosecution's witness list.
This is what I'm saying. So how does this witness, how is he familiar with her voice? In order for you to authenticate somebody's voice on a call, you have to be sufficiently familiar with their voice. You have to have heard it a number of times in the past so that you can say, I've heard it before, I can compare it, I was familiar with it then, and when I heard it, I recognized it as the same voice from when I heard before. He's not doing that. None of that foundation came out, and they're not making that objection. That's my problem. They're not making that objection. He's grandstanding. But he's not making a legal argument. That's the problem I'm having. It's not enough for you to just get up there and grandstand. The judge doesn't care about you grandstanding. The law is, this is a constitutional violation. This is an authentication violation. They're not making that argument.
Does Jimmy Winfrey work for you as your road manager? And Mr. Williams laughs and said, are you ridiculous? I have real legitimate people. So all of this is the state of Georgia getting out a theory that is not based in fact, and it should not come into this courtroom. This entire, since the state has been allowed to say, does this help the investigation? This case has gone south. Maybe it was south already, but it has gone so south, I can't do anything. Those are all my objections. I'm moving for a mistrial. I have no idea why this gentleman got to say Amina Diak works on the legitimate side of the business. We're presumed innocent. He has no right to say that.
Right.
And then this indictment is
So
all
the
hearsay
argument
under the
there-
Brown case,
the
State versus
argument
Brown,
he's
which
saying is
some
he
court
usurped
agreed
the
with.
role
Yet
of
the
the jury. That's the argument. This witness is making and drawing conclusions, right? That's the role of the jury. So this witness is now usurping the role of the jury by drawing the conclusion that they have the providence of doing.
Right.
He's not making that argument. He's not making that argument.
But for the witness to say that this is she handles the legitimate side of the business, obviously
He's characterizing, right? He's characterizing the business. That's improper.
Absolutely.
It's improper.
And
But he's not saying that. He's not saying that. And this judge is not going to give them anything. Like I've seen this judge when there's an objection, I've seen him overrule on basis from one defense attorney and sustain the same question on a different basis from a different defense attorney.
that's not good.
And so what that means is that if you don't have the proper basis, even if it's a legally inappropriate question, he's not going to fucking sustain it. And he should sua sponte. That means on his own. On his own, if it's legally improper and you don't have the right grounds, you still should sustain the question. You should still sustain the question. Sometimes grounds aren't obvious. Right? And the rules say if the grounds are obvious, you don't have to state what the grounds are.
So that's a rule. If it's obvious.
If it's obvious.
Okay.
But it's seldom obvious. Right? It's seldom obvious. And if you really want to properly preserve the record, you would state your grounds every time. Every time. As many as you can.
Not stand. What about the standing objections? Or not standing objections, but the continuing.
Yeah, they got a continuing standing objection. I still would object.
Right. Okay.
I would still object, one, because I need the jury to know that I think that this line of questioning or this evidence is improper. Right? So the standing objection is one thing, but you want the jury to know that you find these questions to be improper. And so I would continue to object, even though I have a continuing objection or standing objection.
Absolutely.
State's using the indictment as a weapon. They're saying it says it in the indictment. Mr. Winfrey played Alford. He's not testifying. You let it in as a statement against his penal interest. Well, that's only against him. He's not on trial. It can't be a co-conspirator statement because it is a statement that does not further any supposed conspiracy because it spills the beans. So for all of those reasons, I mean, we could just use one, but for all of those reasons, I named 3, 4, 5, or 6. I'm respectfully asking the court to strike all of his testimony that goes into anything anyone else said and the investigation, and let's wipe this slate clean. And please, I just want to go forward and have people to cross-examine.
This is the second time you've made the same argument, sir. I understand it, and it's your right to do so. All right. Unless you have anything else, Mr. Sharp.
Your Honor, of course, I agree with what Mr. Steele just said about Jimmy Winfrey's plea being coming in as evidence against the rest of us when he is not taking the stand. But I'm going to go one further than Mr. Steele because in their line of questioning, they are asking about the indictment that Jimmy Winfrey pled to. And the jurors are following what they're talking about. They're asking about the indictment, their indictment, the plea, And then they say, and what gang was involved? And then the investigator's going to say YSL, when we can all look at this indictment, which shouldn't be coming into evidence in my estimation, but if we're going to let it in over our objection, at least let's be honest about what it says. It doesn't say YSL. He pled to the count.
The preamble say YSL?
He pled to.
Does the preamble say YSL?
Preamble?
Does the preamble, answer my question, please.
Sure, the preamble does, but not
Okay,
the
all right.
count.
So you
Not
have to
the
read,
counts that he
okay,
pled to.
you have to read the preamble in conjunction with the,
Your Honor, he pled
with the
to
counts.
specific
It's just
counts.
like, it's similarly situated to the preamble that you have in this
Hey,
indictment.
but he pled to specific counts, Your Honor.
Okay, but that
The
doesn't mean
preamble-
that the factual predicate of the preamble doesn't apply, right?
Well, I suggest.
It does
No,
it apply or not?
I disagree with you.
No, let
Does it
him
apply
answer.
or not?
Let him
No, it
answer.
doesn't.
Okay,
It
all right.
does not. He pled to specific counts. And,
Okay.
and the state really missed an opportunity because they should have made this indictment 3 times as long, and they could put the whole story, the whole narrative in this document that we are not defending ourselves against, and we cannot cross-examine, and they could have put it even more in front of the jury. This is the way we're going to
Okay, all right. Your second argument as to this as well. Okay, anything else, Ms. Holton?
So dismissive.
He's so dismissive.
Your Honor, I think the state
Like
has,
this isn't a really
said it.
huge issue.
given the jail call that we just listened to, Mr. Winfrey himself referenced the indictment and referenced him reading of it. And so all of my questions followed through based upon that jail call. Given that this was an open pending investigation at the time that this jail call was made, this is relevant areas of what was relevant to Agent Racy at the time when he heard this jail call, which is there was an indictment, it was open, and now in the midst of his investigation, Mr. Winfrey is asking to be put on the paperwork. We can infer it's the legitimate side of the business. Now, if Mr. Steele wants to argue that Ms. Diop was not a part of the legitimate business, they've been arguing throughout this entire trial that YSL is a music label. So that would be the legitimate side of the business. If their argument is no longer that doesn't exist,
What she's
then we
doing
can
right
move
now.
on. But
Shut up.
for the purpose of this
Not cute.
call references him trying to get put on paperwork so it doesn't look like street business. Paperwork, legitimate; street business, not legitimate. And so we are trying.
No.
This became relevant to him, Your Honor, and given all the reasons that we have.
You have to bring in Amina Diop and ask her what does she understand him saying? You know, how does she interpret what we?
Well, here's on cross, detective. Did you ever talk to Amina Diop? Did you ever interview her about this call? Did you ever find out whether or not she ever provided any paperwork? Isn't it a fact that she never provided any paperwork to this individual? Okay, so all of the testimony you was talking about that phone call really didn't amount to anything, right? Because he didn't get anything from YSL. In fact, isn't there another call where, in fact, Jeffrey Williams says that this person doesn't work for him, right? This is the same person that said everybody in Cobb County is slime, right?
Right.
So this is the same person we know that exaggerates on the phone, that tells lies on the phone, that's hyperbolic on the phone, right? You would agree with that, right, detective?
Right.
Tear their asses up. They too nice. I'm telling you, I'm not. When I
Stated
cross,
before, this
you
wasn't
feel.
spilling the beans. This was him trying to cover the conspiracy, which was him shooting at the bus
How do
involving
you get
Mr.
all of
Dwayne
that? How
Carter.
do you get all of that's just ridiculous.
She went from
That's
here.
such a stretch, right? Like you bootstrapping the fuck out of this evidence. That's crazy. I mean, the law allows you, circumstantial evidence allows you to draw the natural inference from a set of facts. But it's got to be a natural and logical inference. You can't be jumping all around the place trying to put square pieces in the round fucking. Come on, man.
We didn't. I didn't get that from the phone call.
I didn't get that. I did not get that from, and it was a series of phone calls. I didn't get that even if you put them all together. I didn't get that. Like, come on. And is this the way that you all put evidence together? Is this just like how y'all put the evidence together when it came to the diamond teardrops in the remember that testimony?
Mm-hmm.
What was it, little Uzi Vert? And they said they were gonna kill him because he had 25 on his head or something like that, but really it turned out to be something completely different than what they were selling it as.
Right.
They did the same shit with the tweets. When the tweets was coming out, they did the same shit with the album and the artwork. Like everything that they do, they are interpreting it to be something that it's not. And the judge is letting them get away with it. It's unbelievable. Yeah, the judge, Mr. Steele needs to stop begging. Bobby says, "Why still often have to judge, please, please, or judge, I'm just asking you." It's ridiculous. Yeah, I don't know why he is begging. I don't know why he's begging. It hasn't worked. It's not gonna work. All you need to do is state your record. Make your record.
Right.
Make your record. Don't try to curry favor. You're not making friends. Right. You're not there to make friends. You're not there to not piss him off.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, so what if he's angry that you're objecting? Be angry. Scratch your ass and get glad.
Ooh.
So for all the reasons stated, Your Honor,
All right.
we would ask that you said overrule the objection.
I'm going to overrule the objection, Mr. Steele. I will give you a continuing objection. I'm going to note that you've moved for mistrial once again. I'll also note that you have asked the court for a mistrial again before the positing of the next question. So with that,
you know, that means absolutely fucking nothing. I'm going to make a note that it means nothing.
Is granting that continuing objection? Are you granting it to all of us?
the Harvey rule applies unless otherwise stated. So it would apply for all of you. The motion for mistrial as well as the continuing objection.
I'll ask for a motion to sever parties then.
Okay, I'm going to deny that motion at this point in time, sir.
105 instruction.
And I will deny that as well at this time. Okay, can we call
A 105 instruction? You're denying a 105 instruction? 105 is a limiting instruction where you're asking the court
No, sir.
to instruct the jury on how they're supposed to.
No, sir. I'm not gonna strike that at this point in time.
I know the court is recessing from the evening, but the attorneys have a quick cover, at least this attorney has a quick cover.
Yes, you may. Yes, all of you can have a comfort break. Why don't we take 10
I really
minutes?
don't like him.
Okay, all right.
Man, if I was on this trial, it would have been a whole different case. I'm not even playing. I'm sorry. I'm not.
I think this is a good breaking point.
This has been 2 hours. Hopefully going forward, and I've been saying this, that the cross could be a little bit more effective. I think that they really need to use leading questions in your cross examination. And Steele is not doing that. He hasn't been doing that this entire trial. This entire trial, he gets up there and he basically starts asking questions as if he's on direct. And it doesn't work. It doesn't work. And it causes them to object, and then it causes the judge to sustain all the objection.
Do you see the prosecutor getting any closer to a conviction as a former prosecutor yourself, based on the way this evidence has been presented?
No. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I do not see it. I don't see them being able to pull this together. First of all, it's just too voluminous. It's going to be too voluminous by the end of this trial, and the jury will just be, in a quagmire of a bunch of evidence that doesn't amount to anything. And the fact that this person took an Alford plea,
right?
That means that he didn't admit any guilt.
So why would he get understand?
Why is any of his shit admissible? He didn't admit any guilt. He basically said, you know what? Okay, I'll take a plea because I will acknowledge that the justice system is fucked up, and if I go to trial, I probably will lose, not because I'm guilty, but because the justice system is fucked up and I'm brown. You know what I mean? And so sometimes people avail themselves because the very real possibility of you being convicted at trial, is so great. And so the fact that he took an Alford plea, which doesn't require what's called inculpation or allocution, where you have to give a factual recitation as to how and why you're guilty of those charges. He didn't do
Gunner
that.
did the same thing. Gunner took Alfred.
Gunner did the same thing. And it's y'all allowing them to take Alfred pleas, but then you want to use that plea as some sort of indication of guilt. When they're not admitting their guilt. They're not. That's the problem I'm having. They're not admitting guilt.
We've seen this with Tick as well.
I don't know. Tick took an Alfred plea also. I don't remember what he's. I don't remember him. I don't know. He didn't take an Alfred plea because he was. They went over his allocution.
Right.
They went over his allocution. So, yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous at this point. I don't know. We'll continue to watch and see what happens. I don't know what the process is in Georgia for trying to go over Judge Glanville's head. I'm sure that there are no interlocutory appeals, meaning that there's nothing they could do until there's a final judgment. Typically, in a criminal case, you cannot appeal interim orders, right? So all these decisions that the court is making, they can only preserve the record for an appeal after the trial is over, after there's a final judgment, right? And so I don't know if they could go to an administrative law judge if there's a judge over him, but they need to do something.
He's a chief judge.
Oh, wow. That's a sad testament to the court system down there in Georgia. I'm sorry. That's a sad and frightful testimony to the court system down there. If he's the chief judge, that's sad. That's frightening.
Having Attorney Shabazz in the Fulton County Courthouse in front of this judge would be monumental.
Yeah, it wouldn't go well. He would need another dog. If I was on the trial, he would need another fucking support animal. I'm not having none of that.
Oh, a second. Oh, hold that thought right there. Put this disclaimer up. You see what she's doing. I'll be in front of the judge tomorrow, and you can say, Mr. Byron, give me some more details on that attorney you had on your
Go
lot.
ahead, give him all the details you want. Go ahead, I'm standing on business.
Ladies and gentlemen, you see what she's doing to me. Your Honor, she's my guest. I love her to death, but she has her own mind and her own opinion.
I sure do.
She has the First Amendment right.
And I happen to teach the federal rules of evidence, so I kind of know these things. I kind of know it like the back of my hand. Like seriously, come on.
Okay, this clip's probably gonna go viral.
I don't really care about none of that. I just want them to have a fair trial.
No,
that's all. I just want them to. I just want any criminal defendant, and that includes Donald Trump. I just want them to have a fair trial, because if they don't get a fair trial, it's a very slippery slope, and that means that the next person may not get a fair trial, and that's not something that we want, because that will inevitably fall on brown people more than anyone else. More than anyone else. So, all right, y'all.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was a clip from 2 nights ago where I had my guest attorney Akeisha Al-Shabazz on the show, where we discussed the testimony of ATF agent Racy and how the objections are going against the defense. What did you think about her commentary? Because what I see is we need to have more accountability in that courtroom. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? And again, this is this judge's courtroom, and while there won't be an interlocutory filing, there will be an opportunity at some point in time in this trial for the defense to be properly heard and address the jurors, because these are all arguments opposing the evidence that the prosecution is putting out. But we'll see what happens. We should be back in the courtroom shortly. I'm going to bring you guys to the cell until the judge gets back on the bench, which that should happen relatively soon. And there's a short day today. We should stop around 3 o'clock. So let's see what happens.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, Ms. Hilton, you may continue, ma'am.
Earlier in your investigation, did you identify YSL music group early in this investigation?
I did identify as a music group as well. Yes.
How was it?
Because there was a music component with the Lil Wayne, and then with the Young Thug side of it, there was a music component.
During the course of your investigation, did that change?
Well,
Or you no longer identified what was happening?
I stand in objection. I'm sorry. I sustain an objection.
Hey, Your Honor, she is for hearsay, and we're not discussing your
oh,
All right, I'm gonna reverse myself. Overrule the objection, sir.
At some point in your investigation, did it transition from investigating the music group to investigating something else?
I mean, I would say it was almost immediately into something else. It wasn't like it was a gradual transition. It was almost immediately.
What did it transition into?
Well, a criminal organization.
Basis.
701, 702.
I'll sustain the question. You can rephrase, ma'am.
Had Cobb County Police Department ever investigated YSL, the street gang?
Relevant.
Overrule, sir. Overrule.
Yes, the Cobb County Police Department has investigated and identified YSL prior to this investigation. Yes.
Was it as a street gang?
Yes.
Overrule, sir.
And as your investigation continued, why did you initially refer to this as a music group first and then immediately transition into identifying it as a gang?
Well, just because the involved parties that were alleged to be involved in this dispute.
Now, you talked about you were in the Marine Corps.
I was.
While you were in the Marine Corps, had you ever heard the phrase death before dishonor?
Sure.
Had you only heard it during your time in the Marine Corps?
No, I've heard of it elsewhere as well.
And where is that?
Overrule, sir.
As a police officer, I've heard it as well.
How have you heard it as a police officer?
I mean, I've visually seen that tattoo on people who have no association with the military or the Marine Corps.
During the course of your investigation, did you ever come across any evidence to suggest that Jimmy Winfrey was ever in the Marine Corps?
Objection relevant.
Overrule, sir.
Yeah, there's no information that I came upon that states that Jimmy Winfrey was ever associated with the Marine Corps.
What about as a samurai?
I would say the same thing. That came up nowhere in my investigation.
Did you come in your investigation that Jimmy Winfrey was associated with YSL?
Yes.
And was that YSL the gang or the music group? Or both?
What's the basic objection, sir? Overruled, sir.
I would say I have evidence of association of both.
Both the music group and the gang?
Correct, ma'am.
Court's indulgent? I have no further questions.
Cross. Mr. Sharp, go right ahead, sir. Yeah, can we take that? Yeah, just push it over to the right and share.
Not good with these things.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, there we go.
you
Oh, all right.
That's it.
Your Honor, may I take down some of these demonstratives?
Yes, you may.
I am going to keep. No, I'm going to keep that up. So, what is that number for that? Okay.
We can label 1990, 174. And then Jimmy was 175.
Okay.
So for the record, Your Honor, we're gonna mark the chart that dealt with 3383 as 175 echo, and the chart dealing with 1990 as 174. As demonstrative.
You said 173 and 174?
175 to 174.
Okay. 170. Echo. Okay.
So 175 Echo and 175 Charlie. I'm sorry, 174 Echo and then 175 Echo
Yes, Your Honor.
as demonstrative.
As demonstrative.
All right.
May it please court, Your Honor?
Yes, go right ahead, sir.
Thank you, sir. Detective Ricey, how are you?
Doing well, sir. Thank you. How are you?
I'm well. Good afternoon.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you just a few questions. And I'm going to start out with 174E and 175E that was just labeled and behind you. And that is a chart that was created by the state based on your testimony, correct?
Yes, sir.
Based on historical cell records for two different numbers.
Yes, sir. CDRs.
Okay. And I just want to clarify. In the beginning, we were asking about where phones were located. Do you remember those questions?
I remember questions similar to that. Yes, sir.
Okay. In fact, these cell phone records, these historical cell phone records identify cell towers and the location of cell towers, not phones, correct?
So part of that statement is true and part of that statement I would say is incorrect.
Okay. You can clarify.
The CDRs actually do a little bit more than that, But yes, they provide you with the cell tower location, and they provide you with a little bit more information regarding to the location of the phone as well.
You're talking about vectors and things of that nature?
Yes, so the actual cell site directions, and yes.
Okay, but when you were talking about longitude and latitude from the cell phone records, you were talking about the longitude and latitude of the location of the cell phone tower, correct?
Correct. That's what we were allowed to discuss. Yes, sir.
Not the location of particular phones.
That's correct. The location of the specific location of the phones was not in my testimony.
Okay. And what these towers indicate on these cell phone records is the tower that's utilized, the cell phone tower that's utilized by a particular phone when it's in use, correct?
Correct. The cell phone is touching or communicating with that tower, and that's what the records show.
And when you say touching, you don't mean physically touching, you mean in communication.
That's correct, sir.
Okay. Cell towers have a particular service radius. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Are all cell towers radius the same size?
I would say they're not.
Do you have any particular information from your testimony today about the cell radius, the service radius of any of the particular towers that you referenced in your testimony?
No, we would have to get into more particularized information from the providers than what I provided in my testimony.
So you cannot provide exact information about the distance particular cell phones are from the cell towers that you identified in that chart, can you?
Again, my testimony was limited to what I was allowed to testify to in the records that I have. We'd have to go further to get that sort of information.
Are you familiar with which towers were not in service, were not operational on April 26th of 2015?
Again, we would have to go into more information than I was testifying to today or the last few days.
Okay, would those questions possibly be better suited for an expert in cell towers and cell phone geolocation?
Sure, they could be answered by a cell phone expert, but they would still be limited to the information that they have at hand.
And you are not an expert?
I was not classified an expert here in this court.
Okay. Now, as part of your, go.
No, I was saying I haven't been classified as an expert today or the previous days here in this court. My opinion was I probably could be qualified as an expert based off of Georgia law and expertise regarding cell phones.
Okay, and I'm going to ask you, as someone who says that they could probably be considered an expert, can you give us the cell tower radius of the individual cell towers that you referenced in that chart?
Okay, again, my testimony today has been limited to those records. So if I was going to testify as an expert, I would request additional data from those cell phone providers to find out which ones are on and off, and we would have to go in depth in that manner. But that was, my testimony was not, basically didn't go into that.
That would require information that you don't have here, correct?
In these records, there's not information about which towers were being used or weren't being used. It's just the towers that I guess were being used because that's what the phone's connected to.
Now, you were the lead investigator on this case, this Cobb County case from April 25th going into April 26th, 2015, correct?
Yes, the investigation spanned longer, but yes, that incident. Yes.
I'm talking about the incident date.
Correct, sir.
Okay, and you're the lead investigator from Cobb County.
That's correct, sir.
Okay. As part of your investigation, you obtained, I believe it was a search warrant for my client. My client is Shannon Stillwell, for his Instagram records, correct?
I did, sir.
Okay, and do you have the records, the Instagram records in front of you?
I believe, yes, sir.
Matt, you can give me all of the Instagram records.
Okay. This one's not paperclip, but
Appreciate it. Okay, and I'm looking at 165E and 165EB. This is the response you received for Shannon Stillwell, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, so you requested Instagram records and Instagram responded to your request, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. All of the pictures, you know, of the white sports car and all these other pictures that were introduced in evidence before lunch, none of these pictures came from Shannon Stillwell's Instagram, did that?
That is correct.
They did not.
Your statement was correct. They did not, those pictures we were shown did not come from these records. That is correct.
Thank you. Now, you were saying, I pointed out the date of the incident. You said the investigation spanned beyond April 26, 2015, correct?
Sure, yes.
It spanned into 2016, correct?
I can't remember. I'd have to look at the date I closed the investigation, but it certainly spanned at least until the late 2015, possibly into 2016. That's correct.
Would looking at your reports help you tell us when you closed your investigation?
Yes, it would.
Feel free to refresh the record.
So it looks like I wrote the conclusion paragraph February 3rd, 2016, but it looks like I might have gotten some records back from some service providers past that date. But
Okay.
the conclusion paragraph, where I'm basically putting the case file together, February 3rd, 2016.
Okay, so you would agree that investigation approximately 9 months?
Yes.
Okay, great. And as part of your investigation, you also, I think you testified that you consulted with Atlanta Police Department and Atlanta police officers, correct?
That's correct.
Including officers from the gang unit, correct?
That's correct.
Including Officer Dennis, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you used search warrants and subpoena powers to obtain social media,
That's correct.
including my client's Instagram, correct?
Yes, for a period of time on his account, yes.
In the end, you swore out warrants for Jimmy Winfrey in this case, correct?
That is correct.
You did not charge any other individuals for this case, did you?
That is correct.
No further questions.
All right. Any other examiners? Yes, Mr. Steele?
How are you?
Doing well, Mr. Steele.
Can I ask you a few questions?
Of course.
All right. And thank you for your service.
Thanks, sir.
Agent, I'd like to know, with the help of Mr. Knight, do you mind helping me? Okay. I think it's you. State's exhibit number 162E. I just want to make sure,
162E.
yes, that we are tracking each other here. With the court's permission, 162E should be on the court's list of admitted exhibits. If I could show that to the jury with the assistance of Ms. Knight.
You can. Which one is it? 162E.
May I approach, Your Honor? I did not realize there was. May I approach?
Yes, you can. Oh, okay. Oh, the pictures. Okay. Yeah. I do. Yes, sir.
You can, sir. Okay, and it's on the screen as well. I just want to orient, you went through a lot of information over several days, if that's okay?
Yes, sir.
This is an item that, I'm not saying it was you personally, but you or your coworkers located in that white Camaro that the jurors have seen photographs of. Fair to say?
Fair to say, sir.
And I just don't want any confusion because they're the same initials, but that JW that is on 162E right now on the screen, you see that?
Yes, sir.
That belongs to, I'm not saying it's his signature, I'm not asking you to identify his signature, but that's not Jeffrey Williams' relation. Is that true?
I would agree with that. Yes, correct.
And that is, as far as we could tell from the whole document that's it's attached to, that's Jimmy Winfrey.
I would believe you're correct. Yes.
All right.
That's correct.
Now, and thank you so much, Ms. Knight. And Ms. Knight, if you can allow that to be shared in Zoom with Haley, that would be great if needed. The white Camaro that we've been talking about.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that, in your investigation, have any connection to Jeffrey Williams?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Now, I want to go back to obviously what brought us all together to have the pleasure of meeting with you. It's Saturday, April 25th, going into Sunday, April 26th. Is that the fair days of the week and the dates that we're dealing with at first?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at that time, you made yourself aware through your investigation that Jeffrey Williams was working and performing in another state on those days. Is that fair to say?
That's correct, sir.
And when I say working, performing, I don't want to mislead anybody. Working on the evening of Saturday, April 25th, 2016, and then we're going to get to how, but then you tracked Mr. Williams coming back through Louisiana, Alabama, Georgia, like you testified to.
Correct, sir.
Okay. And on the evening of Saturday, April 25th, 2015, going into the next morning until about 6, 7 o'clock in the morning, whatever your memory is, Jeffrey was outside of the Atlanta, Georgia area, coming back towards it. Is that all correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you also, the way you track that, and you told the jurors, there's 2 ways to go. There's an upper way and a lower way from Louisiana. Do you remember that type of testimony?
I do, sir.
And the way that you realized how Jeffrey's travel, or at least based upon information belief, was because you associate a certain telephone to Jeffrey Williams. So you surmise that phone was with Jeffrey Williams' person.
Correct. We know that phone was owned by YSL Enterprises. That phone was in the area that we knew Jeffrey Williams to be, and we have the video evidence of him performing. So yes, we have the connection and the belief that is in his possession. Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's how you track the phone on the lower way going from Louisiana through Alabama back to the state of Georgia.
Correct, sir.
All right. Now, I'd like to go through, just make sure we are correctly tracking which phone. And I just use the last 4 digits, but if we need all 7 digits, just tell me and you'll correct me if I'm wrong, okay?
Yes, sir.
The last 4 digits of what we believe I'm going to call Jeffrey Williams' phone during that period of time, April period of time, is 8553. Does that sound right?
That sounds right. And again, I'm not saying he owns that phone. That phone is associated with phone calls and movement that we associate him with. So yes, that it's there being used, what we think is Jeffrey Williams, yes.
And I think you just said it, but just to be crystal clear, I know that you don't sit there and put that phone and that phone number in his hand, but based upon your investigation, you concluded that the 8553 number is with Jeffrey Williams during this relevant period of time.
Yes, like more likely than not, that phone is associated with YSL Enterprises. That phone was in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and we had reason to believe that phone was owned or operated by Jeffrey Williams.
Now, I want to go back and we'll use anything that you need. So just tell us what you need, because there's a lot of information these jurors have taken in over 7 months now already, okay?
Objection to the commentary. Just pose the questions.
All right. I want to go through the records. I just want to make sure I got them correctly for the Jeffrey, I'm calling it Jeffrey's phone, but 8553 number, okay?
Yes, sir.
And we could use any phones that you need, by the way. But on the 8553 number, we have in evidence the entirety of the return that you received for that phone. And that's a AT&T phone, am I correct?
I believe that is correct, yes.
If I'm wrong, please, I'm not trying to get it wrong. Okay, and I believe that that is admitted, Jeffrey's phone is in evidence now as 137EA. Does that sound right?
That does sound right.
Okay. And that is the AT&T. You can confirm that?
Yes, it's AT&T records.
All right. Now, according to all those records that you have, they should span from approximately January 2015 through, I believe it's June, but correct me, 2015. If I'm wrong, just please make it right.
I think that is the time frame, or at least it's close to the time frame. Well, now that I'm looking at the account notes, I think we got. Did you say June or July? I'm sorry, sir. My
If
apologies.
it's July, that's great. Just
It looks like January through July as we have account information, and the account appears to be closed July 15th, 2015.
okay, so we have it. And do you know what day in January you started it, or they gave it to you, I guess?
Well, the first notes I see is January 8th, but I think it probably is January 1st. I wouldn't have picked a random January 8th for starting subscriber or starting account information, the request, if that makes sense.
Okay, yeah, and of course it makes sense. All right, now Jimmy Winfrey's number that we believe through your investigation, that ends in the 3383 number. Can you please make sure that's true?
That is true, sir.
All right. I'd like you to tell the jury, using any records that, by the way, you need, whether it is true that, hold on 1 second. Let me get my notes so I don't mess this up. Can I have 1 second, Your Honor?
Sure.
I apologize. Give me 1 second, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay, I got it. Thank you so much. Okay, now, using Jeffrey's records, is it fair to say that you can search those records to determine how many times phones connected or tried to connect?
Sure, yes.
All right. I am going to ask Haley Hackenwald if she's available to use it to show Jeffrey's record return, okay?
Okay.
If you need to see anything from that, just you're guiding us. And if the honorable court can permit that to be used on the screen, it's already admitted into evidence, Your Honor.
What exhibit number, just for purposes of reference, are we talking about?
It is exhibit number 137E.
Echo?
Yep.
Okay.
And it's the entirety
All right, sir.
of the document. And just for the jurors to know, there's nothing wrong with it, but you pulled out, or the state pulled out just a section of those. I'm using the entire record return, okay?
Correct, sir.
All right. Now, with regards to Jimmy Winfrey, in April 2015, so I'm including the entire month, okay? Contacts between Jeffrey's phone, the number which is 8553, and Mr. Winfrey's phone, 3383. Do you know how many times that they tried to connect?
Not off the top of my head, no, sir.
Can she run a search? If you need to run it, you'll run it. I mean, whatever you want. She'll do it right in front of you. Okay, so Haley put in 3383. That's the Mr. Winfrey phone, okay?
Sure.
All right, now, do you see where it is highlighted and you see the date?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can we go to, and we could do them all, but I was going to just do April first. Is that okay?
Sir, it's your cross-examination.
Can you go to April first? Okay, we should be in April. So if you go back to April 1, scroll up. Okay, that starts April 1 about now, and it should be on page. Let's see what page that would be. You have to keep going. That's, yeah, there it is. Well, it starts at 4/1/15, and do you see the item number being 3810?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then if we go down that whole month, just go slowly. And the first time we see a hit between Jimmy Winfrey's number, the 3383, and Jeffrey Williams' number, just tell us what day and time that would be.
I mean, it looks like we jumped, but the first one I see is that 4/29/15.
Okay. And we have to do our conversion, correct? Because these are the AT&T records.
That's correct, sir.
So do you know how to do that conversion on this by looking at it?
Well, sure. So it looks like the column, well, I guess it'd be the third column from the left. So we're in like the 5,400, 23 or whatever, if you want to pick whichever one. I guess it's 24 for that first highlighted portion. So we look for the third column over, yep, kind of what was just highlighted there, and 0010. So subtract 4 from that for this time of the year, and then we would get the number. So that's about 8:10 p.m. is what I would say it is.
Eastern Standard Time.
Correct, sir. Converting it to Eastern Standard Time, correct.
Exactly. So, and just for the jurors to know, the number all the way to the left, and you said it is 5,400 and either 24th or 25th item listed on the calls. Is that fair?
That's fair, yes, sir.
And then the next column is the date, which is 4/29/15, right?
Yes, sir.
And then the next column, as you said, is military time, so it would be just after midnight, 12:10.
Yep, so it's UTC time, so it's the Universal Time Coordinated, or GMT, or Zulu. It goes by the same thing. So that's the time for the Greenwich Mean Time, Universal Time Coordinated. So depends on where this phone is at this time, but yes, if it was Eastern Standard Time, that would be 8:10 p.m.
And then we flip it back. That's how you got the 8:10 from the right after midnight.
Correct, sir.
Okay. The next one is, do you need the column? The next column is 0:03. You see that?
If my memory serves me correct, that's the time it takes in which for the phone to be answered, like it's ring time basically. And then the fourth column is the connection, how long it was actually, the phone was actually connected.
So the phone was connected in this call, 0.
Yes.
Okay. Meaning it did not connect.
Correct. It did not connect if that fourth column is showing 0 and the other one's 3, then that's it ringing. Correct, sir.
And then the next column is do you know if that's the initiating number, the number that's being called, the number that's initiating the call?
From my memory, I think that first column is originating number. Yep, originating number. And that next column is a terminating number, which receiving number.
Okay, so it's Mr. Winfrey's phone, calling Mr. Jeffrey Williams' phone.
Correct, sir.
Not being answered, fair to say?
Yes, that's what appears from this one.
Okay, and there's two of them in a row. It's the 5,424, that's all the way on the left, bottom, second column from the end, and then 5,425 call. You see
Correct,
that?
sir. Yes.
And that's the same thing. So it's Mr. Winfrey's phone calling Jeffrey Williams' phone, and neither time does it connect.
That's what appears.
And in
Correct.
the entire month of April of 2015, those are the, according to these records, those are the entirety of the contact between those phones.
Yes, for these records, for this number, that's correct.
Okay. Now, there should be one on the next page, I believe, if we go down. You see that? And it's 5426, so it's really the next sequence, same time, same date, 4/29/15.
Correct, sir.
And that again is Mr. Winfrey's originating number. Is that right? Or did I do that wrong? You see that?
No, I'm looking at it. I'm just trying to figure out. Yeah, so the originating number, and there's three numbers listed, but yes, Winfrey's is that top one. The 8553 is the middle one. 991 is that bottom one.
Okay. And do you see in the features that's highlighted to the right? See that?
Yes, sir.
You see the VM? Do you know what, remember what that stands for?
Sure. So I think I do, but there's a key that comes with every return that tells you what it is. And VM, I believe, is voicemail.
Okay.
Sure.
And the next one is CFB. You remember what that is?
Oof, I'd have to look for that one. I know the NOIP, talking about like network types and whatnot. But yeah, I'd have to look for CFB in the key.
Let me just see if this helps you. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may, sir.
Yes, sir.
Need to mark it as an exhibit.
Okay.
For identification.
Sure. I'll mark it Mr. Williams, today's date, number 1 ID. Is that okay? Do you have a pen up there?
I do have a marker.
No, okay.
It'll write. I mean,
Sure.
what do you want me to write, sir?
Mr. Williams, 1, the number 1 ID is for identification.
Do we have that already, Christina? You may have to just mark it next sequential exhibit.
Whatever you tell me. And you can leave it up there in case this helps you during your testimony. Okay,
Sorry, Chris?
we'll make that 223.
Okay, all right. For identification. All right, all right.
223 is fine. Thank you. And just tell the jurors what I handed you, if you don't mind, just explain it to them.
It's the AT&T record key that I was speaking of.
Just explain what that does.
It's kind of like the directions to make interpreting cell phone records, that response, easier. So all these kind of like short letters, it makes it mean something. It's just like a legend or a key on a map. It just kind of tells you how to read it.
Can you tell us what CFB stands for, if you don't mind?
Call forwarding subscriber busy.
Okay, and you know what that means, I assume?
I mean, I know what call forwarding is, and I know what it means to be busy.
Okay, and does that explain these numbers?
It likely forwarded and then went to a voicemail, hence the VM.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So again, there's no contact that we know of on these records. When I say contact, I'm not saying the phones don't connect on those occasions on the same date about the same time, but we can't tell if there's any communication. Fair to say?
There's contact. There is a time. So it was connected for a period of time, but that could be the voicemail, right? So we do see 4 seconds, but that could be, again, connection to voicemail.
And other than, and just complete it, if you don't mind, Haley, just show the jury and Agent Racy the rest of April. That is the only time that these two phones are attempted to connect according to the AT&T records of Mr. Williams for his phone numbers. Is that fair?
For this phone number for that month, correct.
All right. Now, it says in the search that you see Haley did for the 3383 number in the top right,
Yes, sir.
for the entirety from January 1, 2015 to July 15, 2015, we have 78 total hits. Fair to say?
Fair to say.
And what we just looked at were 3 total hits, even though they were on the same date, almost at the same time, because I just looked at the time and they were all approximately 8:10 Eastern Standard Time. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
All right. If the jurors will have this in evidence, but that is everything on Mr. Winfrey for the, according to these phone records, between the two in the month of April that we are investigating. True?
For this phone record, yes.
Okay. All right. Now, I'd like to, you talked about YSL Duke, YSL Entertainment maybe Inc. Duke phone, or Duke YSL Entertainment phone, something like that. Do you remember that subscriber information?
Objection, Your Honor, to assume effects not evidence with the ink or something.
I stand objection. You can rephrase.
What was the, do you remember what the code is?
It was, the subscriber name was YSL Duke.
Okay, thank you. Now, that number for the jurors, just so we know that to be, we're talking about the same thing, that ends, and if you need the whole number, just say it, but that ends in the 5790 number. Is that fair to say?
I believe that is correct.
All right. Now, through no fault of your own, but we don't have any historical cellular tower information for that phone. True?
That is true. I just did a subpoena, so we don't have the cell site location data for that phone. Correct.
All right. And I'd like to talk with you, though, about that number. Now, you know Duke, or YSL Duke maybe, or Duke YSL, to be associated with, I'm not saying there's not other people, but associated with a gentleman named Martinez Arnold. Is that fair to say?
Fair to say.
And you identified him from 2 different, a video that the jurors saw and a photograph that the jurors saw. Do you remember those?
That's correct, sir.
All right. Now, you know that Martinez Arnold or Duke or YSL Duke, whatever, same person. You know from that video that you took off the internet from the blogger. When I say you know, I guess we don't know, but you believe, based upon your investigation, you have a good faith belief that he was also in the state of Louisiana, along with Mr. Williams, on stage on the evening of Saturday night, April 25, 2015. Is that correct?
I would agree with that.
All right. Now, that cell phone, because we don't have the tracking information, meaning we can't do like what you do with Jeffrey's phone and say, hey, I see the phone going from Louisiana to Alabama to Georgia. We don't know. We don't have that for Mr. Martinez Arnold / YSL Duke or Duke YSL phone, right?
I would agree with that.
All right. So we don't, and if you do know, please correct me, but you don't know whether Mr. Arnold or Duke or YSL Duke had that phone with him in April of 2015, do you?
No, I don't have location information, so I can't like overlay it with the video of him being in Louisiana. No.
Okay. Now, a phone could be in the name of YSL Duke, but that phone could be with, me or you. It's possible, right?
Correct. I don't know who has the device in their hand.
All right. Now, I'd like to, I'm not saying that this is noteworthy to the jurors, but I'd like to go through with you, if you don't mind, the calls.
We're going to object to the commentary.
I stand.
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
using Jeffrey Williams cellular telephone records.
Okay.
I'd like to also look at the 5790 hits for the for Mr. what I call Martinez Arnold or YSL Duke phone. Okay, so if Haley can do that search, and if she's doing anything wrong, you correct her. Okay, you can see what she's doing. Did you do this? Did you look at how many times those phones connect?
Generally, but not, and I did it for a lot of phones, but I can't tell you that I did it for this phone, for this time, for this, the way that you're doing it. So,
Okay.
But yes, I did look at the cross, who's communicating to who at some level.
All right. Well, let's look at how many times these phones cross or connect. And Haley put in, she didn't put in the first three numbers, but she did put in correctly and make sure it's correct, the 815-5790. Is that fair to say?
It appears correct.
All right. And you get back 62 total hits on Mr. Williams' cell phone records. That's from January 1, 2015 to July 15, 2015. Fair to say?
Fair to say.
All right. Now, I'm skipping. I'm just doing that because I'm trying to get to the relevant month.
I understand, sir.
But so she'll scroll down if she doesn't mind, if Haley does not mind. Let's scroll down to, we were in January, now February. There's March, so a little slower. And it's on the screen. It's March 17th. Now she's up to March. Okay, go back if you don't mind. Go back if you don't mind. Okay, she's at March 26th. And you see the two phones connect. You see the Jeffrey Williams. This is Jeffrey Williams records. And then you see the YSL Duke 5790 highlighted in blue. You see that?
I do see that, sir.
Okay, and that's on March 26th of 2015, a couple of times. You see that?
I do.
All right. And then the next time that these two phones connect would be, according to these records, would be May 12th, 2015. You see that?
I do.
So there is no connection between the YSL Duke Martinez Arnold subscriber phone and Jeffrey Williams records that is in evidence. You agree with that?
The records we have, correct, sir.
All right. And we don't know if Martinez Arnold had this phone number with him while in the state of Louisiana on the relevant days, which is April 25, 2015, going into April 26, 2015.
I do not know that. Correct, sir.
Okay. I'd like to go to a phone that I think you referred to it as the YSL Enterprises phone. If I didn't, just correct me if I'm wrong. Is that true? Is that what you were referring to?
There's two phones that we went over that we entered into evidence that are labeled YSL Enterprise.
YSL Enterprise. I'd like to talk with you about the 1990 phone, okay? Just orient yourself, tell me when you're ready.
Yes, sir. I believe this. I have it.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And that phone, you from your extensive investigation, you know that phone to be used by Jeffrey's sister known as Dolly. Is that fair to say?
I think that's fair to say. That's what we believe. Yes.
Okay. So, and I understand that the state was using, and you were using, YSL, help me, Enterprises?
Enterprise.
But I'd like to just, for an individual, if you agree with it, I'd like to just call it Dolly's phone, if that's okay, if that's accurate. Does that sound right?
Yeah, we believe that to be the phone. Again, we don't know who's holding it, but we believe that's correct, sir.
All right. So using the 1990 phone, not just this YSL Enterprise, but Dolly's phone, and the jurors heard your testimony, I'd like to know whether it would be okay with you, if it helps you, for Haley to do a search on how many times Jeffrey Williams' phone, which is again 8553, connects with the Dolly 1990 phone, okay? That
Sure,
okay?
yeah.
All right. And she is putting it in, and she put it in, just make sure it looks right to you, the 5/8/3/1990, and she has 174 hits. You see that?
Yes.
And that again, January 1, 2015, July 15, 2015, right?
Yes.
All right. And if we can go to our, month at issue, which is April, and just see how many times Jeffrey's phone and Dolly's phone connect. And we're starting at April 1 of 2015, okay? So if you can go up, we'll just start at April 1, if you can go the other way. And that is going to be, April 1 should be contact, or it says item 3, and Haley's highlighting 3810. You see that?
I do, sir.
All right, now let's see how many times these two phones connect in April 2015. You see the first connection on item number 4208? That's
Yes.
wrong, I said it wrong.
Yeah.
4218?
18, yes, sir.
Okay, and you see the date as the 6th day of April 2015?
Correct.
And the time, and I know you have to do your conversion, so what time would that be?
So that's 2000. So -4 would be 16. So convert that to basically local time, would be 4:26.
One more time?
I think I might have.
No, you did.
It's so it's 6:26 -4. I'm sorry, because a 24-hour clock, that's 10 o'clock. That's 10 p.m. I'm sorry. That's 8 p.m. -4. Yeah. So I was correct the first time. 4:26 p.m. I'm sorry.
And we're talking about our time here in Atlanta.
Correct. We're talking about Eastern Standard Time.
Okay, and then that is a 17-second time for until the phones connect. Is that how you understand the seizure time?
Yes, we can go back to the key, but
Yeah,
yeah,
please.
it's my understanding I think that's the ring time for AT&T. Correct. Seizure time is the time it takes to connect the call, measured from the moment the caller presses send to when the call is connected. So I was correct. The dial time.
Yeah, this is the rings.
Correct, sir.
Each ring between is about 4 seconds. Does that sound right? If you know that.
I mean, that sounds correct.
Okay.
I wouldn't argue with you.
The next one is ET. That's the ending time, or it's probably a better word for that.
It calls it elapsed time at the duration of the transaction.
Okay. So this is 0. So they didn't speak.
Correct.
Correct. And then you have the originating number is the Dolly phone, right? The 1990.
That is correct.
And then calling Jeffrey's phone, the 8553. Fair to say?
Correct.
And then the next one is pretty much the same time, same day. It's again, Dolly calling Jeffrey, same result, no answer. Right?
Correct.
And then the next time is right underneath it. Same time, same issue, and it's a 3-second, and it says what you told us again, remember, all the way in the right-hand side, the voicemail. You see that?
Yes, I do,
So
sir.
it could be a voice. It could be. I'm not saying it is, but it could be a voicemail message.
I mean, the records say VM voicemail.
Okay. Okay. And then if you go to the next one that they connect. So it looked like it's about a week later on the 13th of April 2015, and it's item number 4496.
Yes, sir.
And again, this now is, the originating number is Jeffrey, if I did that right, calling his sister Dolly. Fair to say?
It's fair to say.
Okay, and again, it looks like it did not go through. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. And then the next time that they speak is pretty much the same time. It's the same issue, just rings, no answer, no conversation, as far as we can tell from the records.
Correct.
Okay. And then the next time that these two phone numbers connect, that's May 9th. You see that?
Yes, sir.
2015. And that is Jeffrey calling his sister. Again, they don't connect. You see that?
Yes.
All right. But now we're in the month of May, right?
Correct.
So for the entirety of the month of April, according to the records, these phones connect on 4/6, 4/13 without any type of communication that we could tell. Is that true?
For the 416? Yep.
And the 406, 4/13 and 4/6, yes. April 6th and April 13th.
Correct.
Okay. All right. I would like to just talk about the items in Jeffrey's phone. Do you see that Jeffrey's phone has, let's see, how many total items between January 1 and the 15th of July, 2015? Do you see that? Tell the jurors how many items, meaning how many calls were coming or going.
Looks like 12,265.
So for the 7 months, that's approximately, can you figure out the math? How many connections per month?
Oh, yeah.
7.5 months.
Well, and we don't know if there's a peak month. I don't know that. So I would be speculating. But yeah, so there's 12,265 out of a 7-month window.
So what is that per month? Understanding some months may be a lot more than others.
I mean, gosh, I guess it's like almost like 2,000 something roughly. If it was equal months, but we don't know peak times, we don't know anything like that.
Sure. Okay. Now I'd like to go to a gentleman who you said you got the phone number to from the Honorable Retired Detective Gaither. Do you remember a man named Demekin Garlington? Do you remember that?
I do.
I'd like to just make sure that we're tracking the same number, okay? Would that number be the number ending in 9229?
Yes.
Okay. With your permission, I'd like, and the court's permission, obviously, I'd like Haley to run the search on Jeffrey's records connecting to the number ending for Mr. Garlington from January 1, 2015 up to July 15, 2015 for Mr. Garlington's number ending in 9229, okay?
It's your cross-examination, sir.
All right. And tell the jurors how many hits there are between Jeffrey Williams' phone, Mr. Garlington's phone.
I have a little box with a camera on my screen. I'm sorry. And the box is there. I can't see that, sir, because it's with our little Zoom or whatever box is there.
Do you see where it says right in the center? Does that help you? It was just moved to the left.
No. It wasn't that Adobe one. I have I have you, Podium 1C Zoom right in front of where my numbers would be.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry. Let's see if we can move that.
hate to mess her up if it's touchscreen. Actually did move. No, Mr. Steele, if I was able with the court's assistance to move that, if she could just do it one more time, hopefully it shows the number. Okay, so that's what the issue is. There's no number showing up on that part. It's saying it's finished and there's no matches. So my apologies, sir.
No, don't apologize. We appreciate what you're doing. Okay, so for Jeffrey Williams' phone to Demiki and Garlington's phone, according to retired Detective Gaither, the Honorable retired Detective Gaither, they'd never connect. Fair to say?
These phones don't connect in these records, correct, sir?
Okay. Now I'd like to do another phone, if you don't mind.
Mr. Steele, now might be the time to.
Whatever, I am with the court.
All right. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, as promised, we've gotten to about 3 o'clock and this is a natural stopping point. So what I'd like to do, ladies and gentlemen, Agent Racy, if you would be so kind to come for tomorrow morning at 9:45. Can you do that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, don't discuss testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, jury, any ministerial inquiry of me? Okay, tomorrow morning, I'd like you all to be here for 9:30 for an anticipated 10 o'clock start time. We'll have a regular day till tomorrow at about 5 o'clock, okay? All right, if you don't have any other inquiry, let's go through your customary admonitions. Remember to leave your notepads in the basket as you leave. Remember that you are not to discuss this case amongst yourselves in onesies and twosies as you're going whatever means of conveyance as you're back there in the jury deliberation room. Remember, it will be a violation for you to go ahead and take your notepads and we'll start recapping the testimony, comparing notes, or otherwise handicapping testimony as you go along. Remember, you cannot do any of those things until this court tells you and gives you instructions on how you to begin that particular process and manage it. So remember, you're not authorized to go to any third-party sites as websites or seek any other additional outside information that's not presented within the four walls of this courtroom, because you only consider what has been presented within this courtroom. That includes, ladies and gentlemen, please do not go by and visit any of the scenes that may have been testified to or depicted by any means shown to you in this courtroom. And remember that, ladies and gentlemen, if any third party should try and talk with you or approach you either by phone or any means of communication device, or if in person, that you need to let myself and Sergeant Ingram know immediately. And then, ladies and gentlemen, also, it goes without saying you can't view any of these proceedings on any other type of third-party site or through the media, as you can only consider what's properly being considered within the four walls of this courtroom. And then lastly, ladies and gentlemen, again, thank you for your patience with us and your continued patience as this matters being presented to you. Ladies and gentlemen, unless you have any other ministerial inquiry of me, I'll recess you all and we'll see you tomorrow morning for 9:30 for an anticipated 10 o'clock start time. And as I said, we'll work a regular day tomorrow, okay? All right, all rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury has left us. All right, counsel, is any minister inquiry of me?
Yes, Your Honor, we do believe that tomorrow it will be right that the state will plan on introducing Mr. Winfrey's certified copy of conviction. And so I believe Mr. Steele maybe had some further objections. And so I know we'll need to take that up probably first thing in the morning.
All right. Okay. We can take that up tomorrow morning, starting at 9:30. So, counsels, if you would be here, in order for us to actually take that up at 9:30, we can go ahead and exhaust that before our jury, and we're scheduled to meet at 10 a.m. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else from any of defense counsels? Okay, Mr. Matthews, what time are you supposed to be here tomorrow? Okay, you're not supposed to be sitting down at 10. You'll be here early, right? Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Anybody else? You guys have any issues? Any other questions of me? Okay, councilors, I'll see you tomorrow morning for 9:30. Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
And that concludes today's testimony. And we'll see you guys tomorrow at 10 a.m. I'm Dennis Byron. Thank you for joining us. And have a safe ride home. If you're home, make sure you are safe and secure. And we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.